How you doing? Welcome back. So today we have a Focus RS, and we are going to be tinting it, obviously. But we're going to do it in ceramic. We're going to do 35 on the windshield, and we're doing 5 on the rest of it. So same thing as yesterday, just on a different vehicle, which is super exciting. I'm always happy to do full ceramic jobs. It's definitely my favorite. So, let's, is everything good? Everything good? Cool. So, let's get the headset set up. So today we're going to try something a little bit different. We actually got rid of some bulk. So I'm going to try and get rid of the Sony battery, I think. I think it's a Sony battery that goes on the back of this with a slightly bigger battery, and I have no idea how long it's going to last. So that's why we're going to try it on this one. So if I turn this on, it's less things to manage. So I'm just waiting on shorter wires right now. I actually don't know. Do I have a smaller one? Oh, I'm going to need a smaller USB-C to USB-C, won't I? Oh, okay. Well, I got to order another wire. I have an ST as well. Cool. Chris, Christ, DW, Tony, how you guys doing? Is there like mosquito in here? What the fuck is that? Hoss. Hey, Hoss, what's up? Kirk. Tony. Did I say Tony already? All right. Well, let's get this set up. So if I click this button, click these buttons, and then we go deactivate, activate, boom. Yeah, should work. We'll see. We might have signal problems. We have wires to manage, but it's worth it. It's worth it if we can save on a little bit of bulk. So we're going to take one of these. Are you going to get a helmet? No. No. I like to get rid of bulk, not add it. See, this is why there's personal preferences. Everybody's got their own. I couldn't handle that much. Plus, it's hot down there. I don't know how he does it. I mean, this thing gets good enough for me, so I don't want to add to it. So what I did was I added. This is the battery I was using, which is similar in size. But this came out, I don't know, sometime last year. I just didn't notice it. So I figured, like, hey, maybe it's got the extra juice to power both of them. So we're going to see. We're going to see if it can take it. If not, we'll just go back to the other setup. Because adding this extra one on the back here, like, it's always a little back heavy. It's not bad, but, you know, any bulk I can get rid of is definitely a plus. Make it smaller, make it faster. Loving the Pro Nano? Hell yeah. That's awesome to hear. What is that one? Well, I can't share every secret now, can I? Oh, mics. That's right. We need to do mics. It's an Anchor battery pack, 10,000 milliamp hour. Look for the latest version. My battery pack has 2 USB outs. So I noticed Patrick did the exact same thing, and he had like a slimmer, wider one, and I guess you probably just got to make sure that it's got enough watts that it can supply, because it can all like charge accessories, but this and this are going to be a little bit more demanding. So I don't know. This thing says it's got some juice. So I've tried this before. It's just the battery packs couldn't power both at the same time. But now this one's got some more juice. So we'll see. And it's smaller. You know what I mean? It's hard to find both. I can put like a giant one on. Anyway, whatever. Let's get started. Okay. Good. We'll see. This could just be a giant failure. So, I managed to run to Sun Distributing yesterday. No, today, sorry. I lost stuff yesterday. So I ran to Sun Distributing today. I had to pick up a whole bunch of stuff for the students, for the class that is going to be on Monday. And, ooh, this will work. And so I picked up a couple extra hybrid blades. Still haven't found my other one, but I'm happy to have it. So what I'm curious today is I'm going to try and keep track of 2 Squeegees today. Because, I mean, the flat out I like a crop squeegee. So we're going to try and use a crop squeegee alongside of this one. And we'll just see how it goes. Oh, I see how it is. Hoss just coming in here for some mad knowledge and then skipping. See ya, man. No worries. You got a new squeegee since the one that you left? Yeah. Yeah, I've got like a whole bunch on the sides. I've just like, the hybrids I like the best, so I obviously use them all, and I just used them all up. So, I went up to pick, I went to go get 6 tool sets today, and then I just got a few more extra. Oh wait, it's not that one, it's this one. A few more extras. I have a stockpile of hybrids. They're like 17 bucks a squeegee. You stockpile it, it's like, oh shit, that's a car. They're good though. That's why I keep buying them. They're hard to beat. So you lose. I lost that with a shorty handle. I'm still assuming it's going to turn up somewhere. But you lose that with a shorty handle. The shorty handle's what, like 25 bucks? Hybrid 17. Getting close to like $50 worth of squeegee right there. Just buy 2 every time? That's what I do. And then I misplace one. And then I'm like, cool, I got a spare. And then I misplaced the spare. Ooh. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to prep this. I think we're just gonna, oh yeah, we gotta do the doors first. Let's roll these down. Let's get everything settled. I actually do have a question on this car that I'm not sure what to do. This has an interesting style Ford mirror. Does anybody offhand know how this one comes out? I'm assuming there's like a plastic clip release or something. But I'm not quite sure. Felt something move there. Eesh. I just don't want to break it. And it's hard to see. I think it twists, but don't hold me to it. Yeah, we're gonna wait for more opinions. I've never seen a Ford mirror twist. The black piece off. It's no. It's all one thing. Like it's all molded together. See that? So like this is part of the ball connector. So it's all, you're not taking the plastic off. What year? Does it matter? It's the style. 16. I don't think I've really encountered this Ford mirror before. So it obviously wasn't very popular. But they put it on this one, I'm assuming to save weight. like a couple ounces. It's got a release tab. Take the black piece off first. I have the same car, did it the other day. The black pieces on the window make it much easier to do. It's a clip you can push, the thing slides up and off. That's what it seems like. I'm voting for, there's a clip that helps release it. It's just probably plasticky. It's just kind of hard to see up there. Ooh, let me get another piece in here. These are deep. So let's do another one. Huh. So the dots just kind of mask it off enough to not see. And then what actually happens is, I have no idea. But this is definitely one piece. Like, or it sure seems that way. Somebody says that they separate. It sure doesn't feel like it's supposed to separate. I can feel something pulling down here. It's just not moving. Oh, there we go. Aha! So it's a real... See this guy right here? If you push this on the edge, it's really hard to get the whole thing down here. But so it'd probably be smarter next time to sneak a screwdriver in there. But they give you just a small amount. See what I mean? It's all molded together. You're not taking anything apart. There's Honda mirrors, and I'm pretty sure Nissan. Some of them have covers that slide down and then a clip go up. So there you go. There you go. For all you cool kids out there, that's what you're dealing with. Equalizer. I know they do. That's all they do. I have some of them. I just don't have all of their tools. Because they make like a chunky block for the other style. And no thank you. No thank you. I've seen that one in use. Kind of sketches me out a little bit. See, the funny thing about some of the answers is like, how do you take this off? No, this just pulls apart. And then if it doesn't go that way, it's like, oh, sorry, my bad. Meanwhile, the guy that's doing it then breaks it, and it's like, oh, shit. Yeah, I've actually never had to do a windshield with that mirror style before, but now we know. I was worried the plastic would break. It seemed pretty solid, so if it was like starting to flex a lot and whatnot, but it definitely all seemed molded together. I honestly got lucky on that one. Just the style. Because sometimes they hide those clips. They bury them in there, not where you can just like pop it off with your hand. So good stuff. The more you know. This is a big windshield, by the way. Not a big car, but definitely a tall windshield. I'm not 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure you need a 40-inch roll for this one, which I just so happen to have. So that's always good. Oh man, sorry, my bad. It wasn't supposed to come apart that way. See, I take public opinion, but common, you get enough opinions, you start to hear some common themes there, so what if we started with the windshield? Would that be weird? A little bit. I was taping things and then I got distracted with the mirror. That's how it goes. So we got to do 35 in ceramic. And then we're going to do 5 on the rest of it. Just like the one yesterday. Which is exciting. The tape on the doors, what is it? Oh, it's definitely something special. It's Lowe's special. Look at how fancy that is. Where did I put the roll? Here's one, I'll use this one. Oh, there it is. And that's how he lost his squeegee yesterday. Or the day before. Yeah, I've seen a lot of different mirror styles. I just don't ever remember having to take that one apart. Probably have run into the vehicle with it because I've done quite a few RSs. Just haven't seen that mirror yet. My Amazon box came in yesterday. Can't wait to see what has arrived. Oh! I was like, shouldn't you know? You ordered it. It's all the tech stuff. Yeah, so that battery that we talked about, where I was like, this one should be fine. Turns out it has enough juice to power both. I'm actually using that one right now, so that's cool. Save some weight. And an extra thing that I have to charge. So then I just need to worry about one thing instead of like multiple batteries now. But I'm assuming this thing's gonna die sometime during the stream. I can't imagine it lasting 4 hours, but that would kind of be amazing. It's 10,000 milliamp hours. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. Oh yeah, I gotta put one here. VW. Yeah, Jettas and Passats, those are usually like the staple ones that people always get. The felt's not a problem. It's just the sheer tightness of those seals that can be kind of a pain. Tape them. Oh, did I not give an actual answer for this tape? So this is house wrap tape. It's more aggressive than just like a packing tape, but it's thin and plastic like a packing tape. Just holds way better than any packing tape that I've used. Way better than painter's tape. Painter's tape is for painting. We're tinting. So we get something made for houses. No, this was one of the best recommendations I've ever had for something. Tape the world. Yeah, we kind of do. So we're going to do the whole headliner too. The whole front, not the whole thing. Going for a Lowe's headliner now. Is the carpet protector 24 or 26? I think it's a 24, but I actually didn't know that they had a 26. 26 would be a smidge better. Because with a 24, it reaches down, like on a car like this, it'll reach down to here, which is great. On a truck, it comes up a little bit higher. 36. Ah. Yeah, no, not 36, 24. 24 is good. I would actually really appreciate just a couple more inches on that, and then it would cover up the very bottom of a truck. I like this. Things seem to be going well, and I don't feel like I have anything else on my head. Ooh, and they're emptying my dumpsters. That's awesome. So the thing about the studio is like it's around the back of the building, so I get very little foot traffic, which is kind of awesome. And it's really close to the dumpsters, which is extra awesome because then I don't have to really walk that far to throw out my trash. The annoying part then is when I tell people, like they're up front and they're like, hey, I see unit 107 and 109, but I don't see 108. And it's like, oh yeah, drive around the back. We're by the dumpsters. That's when it doesn't sound as good. I was thinking that yesterday, bought the tape when I saw the 24-inch carpet protector. I didn't think it would keep water out of the door pockets. It's a little short, but I wouldn't buy a 36. 36 is a lot. So it does the job. But the thing is, at that point, you're already here, and then it's just a little more instruction to like find it. So like, then when you walk in, you're like, oh, this is actually okay. Where if somebody comes here off of maps, just to like, it's uninviting enough. So if somebody just like wants to go to a tint shop, this is probably why I get like 0 foot traffic. Somebody looks it up on maps and goes, hey, I want to visit, or I want to go there. I want to get my windows tinted. And then they're like, where the fuck is this place? And then they're like, that doesn't look like I can walk in there. And then they go away. That's awesome. Because people that are looking to get their, I mean, it's sad if somebody's looking to schedule, though. But if somebody just walks in and wants window tint right away, then I'm not your place. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Ooh, we can go way back there. There we go. Okay. Yep, let's just throw that anywhere. Today's a weird day then, I'm finding out already. I like cleaned the windshield, I put glass aid on it, then I took a mirror off, and then I taped the doors, and now I'm cutting doors, and then I still have nothing on the windshield. Because I think we're gonna use dry shrink prep again. So normally I do throw something on the windshield and then I gotta let it dry. But if I use dry shrink prep, it's already dry. Screwing with my process, man. Is it gonna stay that time? Cool. Pull that down. Fresh hybrid blade. Okay, so I'm gonna try and remember to do a thing today. And that's gonna be, we'll clean with flat out, and then we'll squeegee the tint with the hybrid. Best of both worlds. And then what'll actually happen is that I'm gonna misplace one of them and then accidentally grab the other one, and then I'm not gonna have any consistency. But we can try. See, I got asked a while ago, like, why don't you use one for cleaning and one for tinting? Well, just look at how many times I accidentally misplace something. So, like, when I start tinting a certain, or like when I tint, like, I learned how to tint this way over time. So this is kind of like, this is all ingrained in me at this point. So then remembering to do something else and stay consistent with it is just tough. It's just very tough. Good, good, good. I'm waiting on the tools from my tint stuff. Ordered them on the 10th. Oh. Nice. Thank you for the order, by the way. Is that pattern even a foot? Yes, it is. No, they're actually like normal size windows, really, with a fair amount of curve and pretty deep seals. Just, you know, it's a Focus, so the car is always a little bit smaller. But not quite as crazy as like a Honda Fit. But the windshields, this one, taller. Definitely taller than the one that we did yesterday, believe it or not. It's got some tall boy windows. Got the felt card shank and all the basic stuff you had on there. That's why it's on there. It's all useful. It's kind of like one thing for every category. The only things that I wish I carried that I don't is like the bulldozer, because bulldozers are actually ultra annoying to ship. And a heat gun, because I don't want to sell electrical thingies, and they're not the smallest thing ever. Have you thought about carrying more stuff on there? Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. We add like one thing here or there, but the point is not to be a full tool resource. It's kind of like my helpful merch store. So it is stuff, like I said, it's helpful. It's Detroit Tint Studio Edition things, or at least a decent percentage is now, and then there's always the extra things that you need to tint a car. I'm just not looking to be a full tool distributor, because that is a lot of work. Maybe someday, but that's not today. It's hard to keep track. Like, you have giant inventories to keep track of. You have prices constantly being adjusted. You have ever-changing margins for all the stuff. Like, just like being a film company, it's a lot of work to be a full tool company. So if you're gonna do it right. So it started as a place for glass aid, and then we added, I think in this order, I think it was like clay bars. We came out with like the glass aid clay bars, and then we added like a Detroit Tint Studio Squeegee. And then from there, like the felt cards, the shanks, and then the tri-edges. So it's like some stuff I didn't even, it just kind of happened along the way. I find something that is, I think, helpful, or run into a situation where it's like, oh, hey, cool. Yeah, we can do that. But the glass aid and clay bars also, it's all helpful. What's a good cutting software for plotters? Film Cut is pretty good. Plotter software. What about knives and blades? Knives and blades would be okay. I haven't looked for a resource from for like the NT stuff. So I don't know. There's that. Ooh, let's cut the rest of this over there. Yeah, we'll use Film Cut for the back window here. Soak shields and towels? No, those are big. I don't like shipping big things. Direct ship from Sun Distributing. No, with the way I don't want to do any more than 2. So there's film that you can order through the site that all drop ships through GeoShield directly. So any more sources than that, it starts getting really, really confusing if things come from more than, it's confusing enough coming from 2 places. So if you order film and tools, the tools ship separately, but I don't charge any extra for it. Because if you're going to buy a roll of film, it's expensive enough. You can get you free shipping on the tools, it's fine. What's the best film to start for beginners? So there's a few films out there that are pretty good. I always recommend Tint Depot. Some of their Tint Depot. Some of their less expensive films, like the 5-year dyed film, that would be an easier film to shrink. Pretty good to start out with. I've used it. I gotta order a roll. I gotta order a cheap roll from Amazon. There's one I'm looking at that I keep forgetting about, that I should just try to see if it's okay enough. Wait, did the thumbnail not change? Oh, crap. Canon. Hang on now. I took a picture, I added the thumbnail, and it didn't save then. There you go. Okay. Probably won't keep the AutoZone tint on my truck, but I bought it to practice with. Oh, that's totally fine. Yeah, you never know how long it's gonna last. And it's kind of cheesy film. But again, it's film, so you get some practice with it. Yeah, that's cool. There's just, so if you know, it's like getting a cable, you need it now. If you go to Best Buy, you're overspending on it. Same thing with the film. For the size roll that you get, you're overspending on that film. And it's honestly not that good. If I want to carry ceramic, should I order all the film in bulk, or should I order it as people request it? You're going to be able to save a lot of money if you order in bulk. It's going to be an initial expense, obviously. Some film companies, you can order half rolls. So Geo sells half rolls, which is nice to keep your costs a little bit lower when you're getting that much film. This is actually how I got into doing ceramic. Like when we were trying to pick a ceramic line and get into it. Like this is when it was relatively newer. And it's like, ooh, full roll costs this much money, and you gotta get, what? I gotta get 5, 20, 35, 50, and 70. So I got like 5 rolls I gotta buy at full price. It's very expensive. So cut your costs in half, have everything available. That's a good way to do it. Let's get shorter. Where's the thing? There we go. Okay, so we need a couple little things. Let's cover this panel up. But then when you go through a roll, Order a full roll the next time, because then you know it's making money. Don't keep doing half rolls. Because, I mean, inevitably you're going to have to rebuy. You do have shipping costs on some of that. I mean, I guess, or you're going to run out unexpectedly. So it's always good to carry the extra stuff. Paid $10 for a 24 by 6.5 feet. Yeah, believe it or not, even at that, like, it's not that much, but you, like, comparative to, you know, a bulk roll of film, you save money ordering a bulk roll of film versus a short roll. I mean, it makes sense, too, because they have shelving costs, they have packaging costs, they got to make their money. So all that gets tied up in, like, film quality, and that starts to drop. And then it's DIY, so they know most people that are then installing it really don't have much experience. So it's just kind of like, yeah, it's a good enough thing. And then they don't have complaints from people. It's a smart model, actually. Okay, what did I say? I'm going to use one squeegee for cleaning, and I'm going to use the other one for installation. So, this car actually shows where a cropped blade is really, really handy versus a non-cropped blade. So it's these back edges that get in your way. So if I take a hybrid and I squeegee up here, everything's fine on the front end, and then when I get in here, this back edge starts running into the paneling a little bit. It's small differences here, but for the most part, it's okay. Now, if I had a tighter window right here, this is going to start to get in the way a little bit more. But a cropped blade here, I have plenty of clearance to get up there, move the blade up here, and then as I round it, look how much farther it can get up there. It's great. And then same thing with down here. The blade stays out of my way so I can get a little bit lower. See? Good stuff. But the hybrid's not going to come in a cropped. Hybrid has two sides, so it makes sense. So yeah, I'm going to use the hybrid to squeegee out the film. I just figured today we'd run with two. And see what happens. I'm probably going to forget half the time. But why not try? What made you try the flat-out blade? I've been using the flat-out blade for quite a while now. I just saw it in person. So I was at Sun Distributing, and they had it sitting on the shelf, and I was just seeing the different squeegee blades there, and I'm like, this thing feels like it could be a really, really good squeegee. And they're like, yeah, it's a flat. They sell it as like more of a flat glass squeegee, so that's where like the flat out name comes from. And it's probably a great flat glass squeegee. I was just looking at their whole lineup, and like the Orange Crush is a good squeegee blade. I just always felt it was a little soft. So this is like a little bit harder of an Orange Crush. So it's a great squeegee blade. Oh, what about the class? I know your class is full for next month, but anyway, you can be part of the class. Believe it or not, next month is extra full now. Somebody had to drop out for this month. They unfortunately got COVID, so they don't want to contaminate everybody, so I'm very thankful that they didn't come here with it. So I actually have an open spot for Monday, and I was going to post about it, but I keep forgetting. But if somebody wants a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday spot, I have availability. Last minute. It happened, I think, literally yesterday. Can I fly in and fix some lighting? It's been all good. You know what's funny? I still have it on that dumb extension cord. I just have to take like 20 minutes and run an extension cord. Sure, this is all pinched up there. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then let's roll this sucker up. So this one is kind of a pain in the ass on the front edge. It's not a tight seal, but there's just paneling that gets in the way. So when you two-stage this one, it gets a little bit harder to like pull all the film out and then get it then tucked back in, especially when you go a little farther down. But this seal is definitely lower compared to a lot of other ones, especially the ones that we use, or that, like what we saw yesterday, the seals were basically matched up at the bottom. This one comes down about a good ½ inch on the inside. Look at that, we're actually squeegeeing out with this one. Try and keep them separate. We'll see. A little bit more there. Can you use a lighter tint? Sure. No, I don't. June is like extra full right now. July is opened up though. There's just nothing I could do for June. I'm sorry. I wish there was. I might end up opening another class. Man. It's just a lot of work. So I like running them once a month. I just don't know if I want to do more than that. It's a personal choice. Sorry. think you need a sponsorship from Lowe's? That would be awesome. Or Home Depot. Which one? Lowe's or Home Depot? Should have layered it the other way. Engine shut off. What kind of crap is that? Can you show the spoiler? Yeah, in a minute. We're just making our way around. Do you usually book 2 months for classes? I don't know. I just started them. I started them in March. So they haven't been running long enough, but I can, at least right now, the trend is picking up. So, you know, the first class, obviously, word gets out there, people got a plan for it, and then it starts booking up. April booked up around the time, if not just a little after, the March class finished, and now March filled up before the April class, and now June filled up 2 weeks before the other class. So May opened up, and I mean, the trend continues. It might book up faster, but it's still kind of early, but there's been a real strong response to it, so it's been going real well. They're just, like I said, they're just kind of a lot to run. So, if anything changes, let me know. Okay, will do. Thanks, man. You don't see too many black RSs out there? You know, you're right. I don't remember the last one that I saw. So this is a spoiler. This is pretty typical for the RS, where they have like a double spoiler, but this is like on all the hatches. You see this like this regular one down here, and then it's got like an extended piece up here. This extension I see on pretty much all the RSs, but there's always some type of like spoiler lip here on all the Focus hatches that I've done, or at least most that I remember. So you can still hand cut that. It's kind of tricky to do it. Oop. Oh yeah, the engine shut off. Let's fire it back up. Yeah, 6 people at a time. June's gonna get a little intense. What's today? Today's Friday? It's a couple days. I'll put out the word this afternoon. There's a spot open. I'll just, let me tweak it on the website quick while I'm talking about it. Somebody wants to join for this coming Monday. spot's open now. Limo on a black car. Limo on a black car, I'm sure, is super easy to see on camera. Not really. I actually don't think that the spot's gonna get taken for Monday. I think it's too short notice, but maybe somebody will pick it up. There's definitely like strong demand, but you saw somebody just asked about June, and I said I got a May spot, and they're like, I could do June. It's kind of the way that it works out sometimes. This is slick, which is good. I'd prefer it to be slick. All right, let's let this stick. Get it right close. Good. It's grabbing slowly but surely. Once that's grabbed, we'll roll it up. Thank you for showing the wing. You're welcome. Yeah, I've had some live streams where I've hand cut them. I'm just gonna plot the back on this one. I've had so many spoilers in the way on hatches in the past like month. So it's just easier to plot them. So for the sake of, for time with the windshield today, we're just gonna plot it. Good. Finger be gone. Oh, pop back up. And it moved. Let me grab this one. Here we go. Nice. Is that what you do to lock the film in? That's part of it. It can be. So the film will, if your film is sliding around a lot, to me, that's a helpful thing. I'd rather have the film be a little bit too slidey than stick too much. So if you tack it into place, like so it's all wet on the glass. You slide it around, get it exactly where you need to go. And then you start to squeegee it out, but then it keeps kind of shifting on you. The more you squeegee it down and let it kind of sit in place, it'll slowly grab onto the glass. So you just got to give it a little bit of time. You can speed up that with a heat gun and squeegee up the top, warm up the outside of the glass, and let that glass in the corners get much warmer. And, you know, so there's just a couple of ways that you can do it, for sure. What percent? Did I answer that one? We're doing 5. We're doing 5 on all the sides in the rear, and then 35. 35 on the windshield. It's gonna be dark. Can too much soap be a bad thing? Yeah, but I'd rather have too much soap than not enough. I mean, if you basically just have like all soap, or just like way too much soap, everything's gonna keep sliding around to the point where it just doesn't want to stick to anything. So when you're spraying the outside of the glass and you're trying to cut your sides, you tack it to the window, it doesn't firm up on the glass. It just keeps moving. There's that. Roll that window down. I think I forgot to use this guy on the last window. See? So on the passenger side, I do a lot more with my right hand. So on the passenger side, you saw me go from the short side to the long side. On this side, you're seeing me go from the long side to the short side just because it's more natural for me to go this way. So again, with this crop blade, when you come here towards the smaller end, it just stays out of your way a little bit better. Small difference. But helpful. But most of the time, I just have just the hybrid blade. It's just, we're doing something a little different today for the sake of doing something different. So different. So this paneling too also gets in the way. So you want to make sure that you don't touch it unless it was taped or wiped off very clean. But still, you want to try not to touch it if you can. It's one reason these cars with wider paneling, like loose seals, so it tucks in really easily. It's just getting the film ready to be tucked in the seals where it's flat against the glass can be a little bit more challenging to get in place because they are deep. Squeegee it up. And yeah, on the subject of getting your film to lock in place, you notice it'll still shift around a fair amount, and then once you lock your corners in place, the rest of it will kind of grab, which is nice. And then sometimes, it's hard to say. Sometimes a window will grab a little faster from one side to the next or whatever. Maybe you squeegee it out a little harder. I don't know. But the way I always check is I'll take my hand, I'll shift it a little bit. If it looks like nothing's moving, then it's fixed in place. If I see that top edge wiggling up and down a little bit, it's still not quite locked onto the glass. So once it really stops wiggling, then you're good. Then you can just roll up your window. See here. It's a lot of film to pull out, so it takes some finagling. Spray it out. Ooh, what's really in there, isn't it? Let's get that front edge to flip. I have to double check that one. That corner. That corner is tight. Both I'm actually, sorry. Whoa, wow. I'm using a cone tip on both. Fan tips are great. I prefer the cone tip. I'm calling it. It's definitely a little water heavy. There's just some situations where I really like it. I like having the flexibility of having it. Where for most of the time, a fan tip is great. And I think to help yourself use a little less water, mostly use a fan tip. But when you want to jet some water, especially into like the corners or something, you're gonna have a harder time doing stuff like that with a fan tip. Where I can turn the cone tip into a laser beam. But it's not as even of a spray. It's not a big deal though. It's like a small difference. Like the hybrid to the flat out, like a crop blade to a flat one. It's official. So if I were to buy one, it was kind of a coin flip, and it still is a little bit, but I'd probably just end up getting a cone tip. But there's plenty of people that like fan tips over cone tips. Sun Distributing now about to sell out of cone tips. Go get them. Yeah, when I mentioned a towel yesterday, they were like, yeah, well, we sold one towel. Woo! Don't delay. Rush over there now. Okay, we're gonna let you guys have a break from the sound. That wonderful Ford sound. Look at that. That is a beautiful window. I'm eating a sandwich, and I use fan tips. I bought a towel and a soak shield. Well, you were the person. They appreciate it. I tint on clogs. Oxford's not. Cone's not. What? I missed it. See how sideways that is right now when I spray like that? That's how I can get a nice even spray. Otherwise, like if I shoot right here, I'm gonna jet a bunch of water over on the interior. So sometimes you just and then shoot that way. Where a fan tip, it would be more direct. Kingsman? Oh, I haven't seen it. Looked like a good show, though. Get this in place. Flash focus. You really like to have paneling in the way? Wait, what did I use? See, I think I did it for 2 windows. Did I use the hybrid to clean this one? I think so. See, I forget. Oh, that was weird. Okay. I was saying, I think I used this to clean the glass too. Hang on one sec. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Yeah, sure. What kind of vehicle is it? Oh, I remember now. And I think, did you say you weren't sure exactly when it was going to come in, or it was expected to come in at a certain date?
Yeah, I got to think
It's coming in on Thursday next week? Okay, gotcha. So we're probably gonna want to push it off to the following week. The rest of that Friday and Saturday are actually already booked, so that works out. Sometimes those dates end up changing a little bit too. So just to be on the safe side, I could get you in. I think. Let me double check. Oh. Hang on. Sorry, I'm in the middle of I'm in the middle of a window right now. Just a minute, I'll get over there.
you make another video.
Actually, yeah, live right now.
Oh, really? I'm sorry, man.
Oh, you're cool. No, I appreciate that you like the channel. Yeah, we're doing an RS right now. All ceramic. Let's see. All right, let me. No, the price would change for the roof. That's a much different roof. So if we're just doing all the sides and the back, well, the pricing I quoted you is what it is. But with that roof, it's it's almost like doing the Model 3 back window. It's just a big piece of glass. Um, Let me make sure. Oh, so 70% for the windshield. Kind of like I mean I love it. Any ceramic film is awesome for the windshield. It's gonna make a hell of a difference on heat. The only thing I would make sure is like some Teslas already come with an IR coating in the glass, so just adding more to it would maybe would help out a little bit, but they're already pretty good. So adding a 70% to a windshield that already had it wouldn't necessarily be entirely necessary. But if it doesn't have it, it would be a huge difference, for sure. What was that? Uh, I've done a fair amount with just like the front doors and the full. I think all the model. Did I I'm trying to remember that Model Y in particular. I don't think that they've had the IR coating in it, but I know, like, just across the board with Tesla, they do that on some of their windshields. It'll usually have like a red iridescence to it. I would just double check on that. I'm sure they could tell you ahead of time, or at the appointment. I can put a heat lamp up to it and I can check for you.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm trying to. Sorry, I'm just trying to iron out a date here because I totally forgot. I also had a vacation plan for the end of the month, so I just want to make sure that I know exactly when it is. Where is it? Yeah, let me pull it up here. You know what? Can I give you a call back in just a little bit?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let me do that. I'll iron out exactly when I can, the earliest I can get it in. I'll give you a call right back. It's just going to take me a minute to find it.
Okay. You need my number, or you have it?
I got it right now, so I'll just call you right back on this number, ending in what, 9824?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
All right, talk to you then. Thanks, sir.
All right, you're welcome. Bye. Why can't I find this? So I'm trying to find booked flights. We're taking a vacation at the end of the month, and that would be this month. But, so I think we're doing the class. So when did we book the thing? Why can't I think right now? I'm doing too many things. May 16th to the 18th. So that's the class. And then we are leaving. Oh, it'd be on my other one. That's why I can't find it. Ah, okay. 16th to the 18th. Okay. I know exactly what's going on. So that would be the 27. Okay, all right. So that'll work. Hey, this is Matt from the Tint Studio. All right, I figured it out. So I have the 23rd, probably through the 25th available right now. That would be a Monday, Tuesday, or a Wednesday. So I could get you in at 10 o'clock. Why did it just hang up? Let's try this again. Hey, I'm not sure why it hung up. No worries. But like I said, I got the 23rd, 24th, or 25th available, all at 10 a.m. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that'll be that Monday. Alrighty. So I will mark you down for that Monday. And then I will. I mean, you already have a link to the website, but I'll text you a link to the booking page. We do take a $40 deposit to confirm the appointment. Goes right towards the balance, just ensure somebody holds the spot. So I'll send you a link to that. Once I get that, you'll be all set for Monday the 23rd. Yep, no worries. I'll get that right over to you. Bye. Model Y, which is super cool. Monday the 23rd at 10 a.m. for full ceramic with windshield. Most likely so we're gonna finish this up. I just want to be specific. Boom. All right. And I left my headphone in the other one, or in the other one, in the seat. What is the best tint for training? Check out Tint Depot. They've got a lot of good films that are a little bit more budget friendly. They got good stuff, for sure. TintDepot.com. And Sun Distributing's Helios line is actually really budget friendly too. So it's not like the most budget friendly for practicing, but it's a solid film. Absolutely. Very comparable to Pro Classic. Do you sell the cleaner you use for the ceramic? The cleaner you use. Oh, no. No, it's Sprayway. Here. I feel weird without being able to hear chat. What is that? Oh, that's that. That's what that is. See? There's my earbud. Wish I could just put them on my neck. So you can use any glass cleaner as long as it doesn't have ammonia in it. This one is one of my favorites, and I like it too because you can find this in so many different stores. So Sprayway, foaming glass cleaner, ammonia-free. People like, I just heard people yesterday talking about invisible glass. That's also a good one that's pretty widely available. So many different glass cleaners, but that's what I ended up using. So good stuff. Cool. I'm like, I got too many things to keep track of, and I'm glad I remembered it. So I gotta block that off. I have a vacation coming up. Yeah, that's probably fine. So, obviously I don't want to schedule anybody and then not be here. Just can't remember what week it was. And then everything blurs together, and then I know what's going to happen. If I don't block it off now, I'm going to completely forget. And then I was like, wait, is the class this week or next week? I'm pretty sure it's this week. It is this week. Canon. So let me open up a spot on the school, which I can't show you because it's the back end of the store. Products. Tint School. Where the... Oh, there it is. heck is it? Quantity, I'm gonna say 1. Safe. Okay, so there we go. There's 1 available spot for Monday, but it's very last minute. So I'm guessing it's not gonna fill. Did you order a short cable? I did. And I only have 1 dot gone. That's cool. I ordered also a stronger battery too. The short cable is coming today, I think. I don't know, but that's what happens. There we go. So this battery is a little different, but it works well. It's been working fine. That's super cool. And then this guy. What is the red squeegee I've seen you use? What is the red squeegee? This thing? This is the only red thing that I know. This is a gator blade scraper card. So I think this would be it. It's a hard card, so all I use it is like a replacement for a razor blade, but it's not quite as sharp as a razor blade, just more flexible for some situations. I'd rather pay a little more to help show support. Do you recommend using a squeegee over a towel? I like using microfibers for cleaning glass. Another good option is the waffle weave towels. They leave a little bit less lint behind. So these are from the Rag Company. These are called Dry Me a River, I think. They sell them on Amazon too, but you find them direct on their website too. They're a pretty good company. So this is that waffle weave. They're really, really good glass cleaning towels. With a squeegee, it's really hard to get everything clean without leaving like a little squeegee line or something behind, like from where a squeegee can't quite reach. So usually better to just use a towel. Nice soft towel. Oh my gosh. No. I was thinking it looked a lot more like the yellow squeegee. I don't know. I'm actually not sure offhand. Red. It's probably something obvious that I'm just not thinking of right now, but I genuinely don't know. Okay, so for this back window, what did I say? We're gonna plotter cut it. So let's clean this off and look at it. Maybe it was blue. That's a big difference. In the world of squeegees, everything is color. Which triangle is it? Which color? There's like a million. Don't touch. Don't touch. Okay, now it's fine. Oh, yeah. This little trick. Boom. Look at that. That's on some wipers, not all of them. Are you doing the quarter windows? Yes, for sure. We're just going to cut them out. So let me go track down a roll of film here. Yeah, that one's a little life hack there. It's a Rick like life hack. He's got a whole bunch of them. You guys should watch his Tool Talk Tuesdays if you don't. He's got all sorts of handy little tricks. It sounds so great. So, let me make sure the roller's completely on. Yeah, it is. And then same for this one. Excuse me. I just thought of a thing. That plotter, when I turn it on, I have a feeling it might want to start cutting immediately because I panic turned it off because it was going to cut the other ones. So hopefully it forgets. Oh my God, it's doing it. I knew it. Stop it. Stop it, you. So we got to clear it somehow, and I don't know how to do that. Okay, cool, that worked. Just, nope, it's doing it again. Stop. I think we gotta clear it in like the print settings or something. How do you tell a plotter to stop cutting that is determined to do it? I reset the computer. I don't think I have a printer thing. Where would the print window be? I don't know how this works. But then it's gonna cut into my... Oh. No, here. You know what I do? I'll do this. So roll back up. We're gonna take this out, and then we'll maybe get lucky and figure out a button to push. This is so it doesn't scrape. And then it can do whatever the fuck it wants until we get this problem sorted out. You gotta like clear something. Or was, oh no, see, it's doing its thing. Stop. There is a reset button. Does it stop it? Is it good? Are you done? No, it's doing its thing again. I'm just gonna let it do its thing. You let me know when you're done, plotter. It's cutting out some RAM windows right now. Okay, you done now? Okay, all right. It's good. It's like, no, I gotta cut these out. There's nothing there, buddy. No, I gotta do it. Just let me do it, okay? All right, fine, fucking do it. All right, it's done. Okay, you feel better now? Yeah. Okay. All right, little plotter. Good job. It's special. Okay, so this is gonna be a little bit more. Turn it up on pressure. And then, yep. See, you gotta baby a plotter a little bit. I don't know how to clear it. So when we did film cut yesterday, poltergeist. So yesterday we told it to cut some windows, and I accidentally clicked the button twice. Focus. HB, that's hatchback. That's how they specify. Oh, look at that. They got a little cutout up here, and they got it straight across. I would go for the, so actually, what would I do? This is kind of nice. So this cutout is gonna match up on the inside, nice and clean. I think it might, like small difference, might look slightly cleaner with it straight across. But when you go to shrink it, this extra film is gonna get in the way. but I think I can just manage with it. Let's go for this one. And then let's cut these quarter windows out too. So this button here, it doesn't really give you a good indication that you clicked it. It just kind of like the whole screen has to like pause for a second, think, and then film starts getting spit out. You know, when you send something to the plotter, there's like a delay. There's no like actionable thing here. So when I click this, if you accidentally like trip and click it twice, or you're like click once and then click again, it'll send it twice to the machine. So I clicked it once, and then waits, and then there it goes. So I gotta be careful that I don't accidentally like, oh shit, and then there it goes. So definitely my fault, but I don't know how to correct it. We'll figure it out someday. Looks like it's okay though. Good job, little plotter. Oh, good job. I'm proud of you. Proud of you, little plotter. I give this thing a hard time. I know I do. It's definitely a more budget machine, but you know, a lot of the problems that happen, you can definitely blame them on user error, but that's kind of why a more expensive plotter is more expensive. It has some things that'll keep you from making all these little problems, or it'll have little extra features, so you know, you can clear the cache or whatnot. Don't they have tech support? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I could message them, and they might be able to give me a pretty quick answer on it. But then I gotta stop what I'm doing and do that, rather than just keep messing up. We got a stream. But if I remember, I can shoot a message and see what they say. Probably should have done this the other way. I got a stream, man. There's always like ways. There we go. Some problems get exaggerated a little bit on stream, but I genuinely don't know how to stop it. So my quickest solution is just, okay, well, every time I reset it, it's gonna keep trying to cut the patterns. So let it just run through. It's not gonna take long. I'll just take the blade out of it for a minute, let it do its thing, and then we'll figure out how to stop it next time, rather than every time it starts, it keeps trying to rip through the thing. Because if that plotter blade digs into the cut strip with no film there, it'll start to damage that cut blade. And that is a way worse problem than just letting it figure itself out. Those things are very finicky. So once they're set up, you don't want to screw them up. especially, but it'll just keep doing its thing. It'll sit there and rip through some film. Okay, so it's all dry. And then we smear it. There we go. That stuff is dry shrink prep. Yeah, see here? This is that little bit I was talking about where it cuts off to go around the spoiler here. The problem that it causes is that I have to shift the whole thing lower if I want to leave that little bit on. It's like a small difference. I probably should just cut it off because, like, what am I doing? But for kicks and giggles, I had the choice, and I'm like, I'll just try and make it look a little better. Is anybody going to notice? No, but I'm going to notice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shrink the top here, and then I'm going to shift it up, and I'm going to shrink the rest of it. Otherwise, I would just cut that little piece out and then shrink the whole thing together. Is this overly complicated for what it is? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, no. Damn it. That's faster than a dryer sheet? I know it. I've been doing it wrong this whole time. So a dryer sheet is like, you can't screw up a dryer sheet. If I can soak down a dryer sheet, and smear it all over the windshield, and then you just have to let it dry. Dry shrink prep, you use a couple sprays on the bag, I found out. So, I don't know. He probably told me at some point in time. So I was just leaving an ultra thick layer of it, and it would usually work out fine, but sometimes it would work out really terribly. And I didn't exactly know why. It was just grabbing the film like crazy. So you spritz the bag, and you get a light smear on the windshield. But compared to a dryer sheet, you have to press harder. Be a little, like, it's a small difference. But I felt like I was putting it on wrong that way. I don't know. But no, that's exactly how you do it. And it works out really well. Yeah, he put out an instruction video, and I actually watched it. And I was like, oh, that's why I've been screwing it up. I think it even comes with an instruction card. But what do people do with instructions anyways? Do they read them? Some people probably do. So now that I got the top shrunk, then I shift it up. I'm going to tack it in the middle again. Just try and bunch up as much film as I can at the bottom, and then knock out the bottom. So see when it, like this is overlapping the spoiler. Every time I press this down, it comes back up. So in that case, I'm going to use a little bit of water and get the film to lock down a little bit more. It'll get its attack a little bit stronger there. So it's not going to get in my way as much. Helpful for when you forget to use a dryer sheet on the windshield. Yeah, for sure. It's fast. So there's some products that I'll use, and then if I run into like some issues with it, I just, most people do this. They default back to what they know. And then I used it. I didn't have a great experience. And now I have to try and I have to try and make up for that. Let me shift this up a little bit higher. It's a little bit farther down. I didn't realize there's that hardware. Snuck out a little bit more. Like, when you're doing something that you don't really need to change is working just fine, and then something comes out, it's always hard to switch to it. Because, like, what I was doing before is fine. So then when that thing starts messing you up, that's where you especially go, I'm just good with what I was doing then. But I think using it is cleaner than a dryer sheet for sure. And then when you actually apply it right, like I noticed it dried faster, but it was still all wet and then had to dry. But now, applying it right, hey, look at that. It's just immediately dry when you apply it right, and it works well. So, or at least I haven't had a problem again with it. So, we'll keep using it. It was just that right set of circumstances. It was like, yeah, we'll try it again. What is it? Dry shrink prep. Where can you get it? Dryshrinkprep.com, I think is the site. You can Google dry shrink prep, and it should pop up. Okay, so this should be good. It's nice and clean, but we're gonna spray it anyways. So for a hatchback, they're a little annoying. Because to get on the inside, you have to open up the hatch, obviously. But that's where your back window is. So once I have the hatch open and clean, I'll leave it in place. I'll put the pattern just on the side of the car. It's a good place to just peel it from. Or if you have a glass board, you can go put it on a glass board. But if you don't have a glass board, that's not a bad spot for it. Do that. Let's clean this puppy up. So this is the difference. This is the small difference right here. So if you go straight across, you're under this light, nice clean line straight across. If you do a cutout, it'll just follow this cut. So no big difference one way or another, really. I just did it straight across because I'm weird. I don't know. It's my answer. Just ordered Dry Me a River towel for $20 for a 4-pack and spray away ammonia-free glass cleaner for about 15. Nice. Where do you get the things to hold the tint boxes? That's kind of a mishmash, mix and match. If you go to a hardware store, they have like in the closet shelving section / garage shelving section, they have these like rails. So it's one rail that mounts at the top to like a couple studs in the wall, and then rails that hang down from it, and you can shift those back and forth. And then I got some short brackets from Menards, so they don't stick out very far. Really, really flexible. I didn't have a lot of space in my home garage. Turns out just to be a good way to store your film and have it easily accessible. One more. Antoine with the A6. Oh, what's up, man? How you doing? See? And then you just pick it up off of the side. The hatch is already opened. So get that right up on the glass here. The hardest thing is going to be like for a Golf and any of these hatchbacks. Sometimes they get a little crazy with the paneling here. It's not quite as extreme as a Golf. Just sliding the film up without really scraping it against all the paneling is the hardest part. And then the other hardest part, making sure all your light gaps are covered. Before it's tacked down. Looks good. See, perfect example. Why do I like the cone tip? It's stuck around that corner. I can try and free up some space. Oh, my other hose is here, but here's the point. Snagged on something. Oh no, I can't get this close. Hang on. Make it into a jet. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just run into those dumb situations. Like, I need a farther spray. There it is. Is that worth picking it over the other? Probably not. Was that really helpful right then? Mm-hmm. use the same system in my laundry room. That makes sense. That's what it's for. Yeah, just general shelving. I was looking around for, when I was in the home garage, I wanted to display the boxes, and also I didn't have a lot of space to keep everything handy. So then I just kept looking around until I found that. The part that I'm really proud of is the little carpet shield addition to it. It's so handy, and it's super, super clean. Have you ever gotten no. No, like anything, you can leave a general disclaimer and like you make your clients aware. But that sounds like it would be like, you know, it's a pretty unlikely situation. What are they gonna sue for anyways? The price of a ticket? Boom. See, now we got a nice straight line here. That's why we suffered. Was it worth it? Sure. Why not? Let's check it out. Little finger right there. You know, it's like the accessories that you go and buy at like AutoZone. They sell any number of illegal things for you to put on your car with instructions on how to do it. And then when you get in trouble for it, who do you call? Nobody. You pay a ticket. Same thing with driving a car. I can buy a car, I can drive it over the speed limit, and then I get a ticket. Is it the car's company's fault for making their car go faster? No. Why do they have the... There's no speed limits in the US that are over 70 miles an hour. So why is the halfway point always 70 miles an hour up to like 140 on most cars? What is this one? Yeah, 180 on this. So yeah, it's life. Okay, let me get my quarter windows because they're sitting there pretty here. Would you recommend a plotter cut? I mean, what type of plotter, or would I recommend plotter cut patterns? Bad example, because I blame Dodge for putting 1,000 horsepower. Yeah, what's that shit about? Does anybody ever get to really use it? If they do, well, if you take it to a track, but yeah, same thing. Would you recommend buying one, and if so, which one? Check out Plotter Depot. It depends on your budget. So, if you're a good shop that does a fair amount of production, I mean, it's an investment for your business for sure, and you guys are going to get plenty of use out of it. So you don't really have to worry about saving a lot of money on a plotter system. If you're an individual looking to add a plotter and you don't have a very big budget for one of them, I mean, the Workhorse 1 or the Workhorse 2 are competent enough machines. It's actually what we cut this back window out on. They just require a little bit more babying sometimes. They don't have as many features. But, you know, the features really, are they worth the extra like $2,000-$3,000? Sometimes. But Plotter Depot also has a 5-year warranty on their machines, which I'm actually really impressed with. Wait. Hang on. I'm pretty sure I did this completely wrong. I just had a peek. Oh my god, I did. I'm quarter window stupid. There's that tintuition out the window. This should be for this one. Yep, that's right. God, the triangles from one side to the other. Put them backwards. There we go. That's better. It worked out yesterday. At least I saw it. I saw this horrendous gap on the inside, and I was like, wait, that's not right. But I didn't notice it on the outside. All right. Which way did I even cut those out? The extra power's for towing and not exactly breaking speed limits, I think. Yeah, that's what they'll tell you. So I gotta shrink them on that far edge, really? Okay. So this edge. I noticed that mistake. I noticed it too, just after. Oh, no shit, yep. I'm glad I checked. Ask anybody who's bought one of those Rams, why did you buy it? None of them. No, for the towing capacity. Okay. Definitely. There was like one point, I mean, I don't know if it's still happening. I haven't seen it quite as much. There's a neighborhood I was tinting in. Well, like an area of town. It actually wasn't all that far from here. And it's not a very high income area. But there were a lot of Hellcats and Trailhawks. None of them bought it for towing capacity. Towing capacity. Yep. It'd be really funny. I'd love to ask somebody that, and then that's their answer that they give me. Oh yes, we can take it camping. They break in limits. I actually really appreciate their the way that they've gone about horsepower. Dearborn Heights? No, it wasn't, but yeah, it's the same thing in a lot of the, in a good amount of the Metro Detroit area. You can find plenty of places that, yep. I just couldn't believe how many people were like coming in leasing them. This is a shop that I was tinting, like, cars that were at least 10 years old, beat up. And then they're like, don't get me wrong, there were some newer cars there, and then all of a sudden it was like Hellcat City. I'm like, okay. Anybody with a couple pennies to rub together? Yep, sure. Then they turn the leases in. 2 months later, they get a bill for all the damage that they caused. They're more efficient. Exactly. Towing capacity, fuel efficiency. Or speed efficiency. They get there faster. I agree. I think that's exactly what was going on. Sprayer. Yep. Couple pennies and a fraudulent credit score. Sounds about right. That's why rental companies don't do it. Oh yeah, for sure. Their poor cars get beat to shit enough. But I would hear a lot of people, I heard this later on, people would get a cheap lease. They wouldn't necessarily, I don't think they intentionally beat the crap out of it, but they definitely drove it harder. And then when they turned it in, everything was real nice and easy going. And then then it goes to an inspection company. So 2 months later, they would get like a bill in the mail. And then they have actually no way to really prove that they didn't damage it. It looked like it was set up as a way to make their money back on a cheap lease or something. All right, so everything is done. Not exactly the kind of car you want to lease. That's why, it was so surprising. It was like, really? They're leasing these things? And every couple months you'd hear oh, 500 horsepower, 6, 7. They just keep, that's what's so funny about their whole lineup. And I actually think they're really smart about it for going really aggressive in the horsepower category. Because who else is really trying to do that a lot? Not as much. I don't think anybody as much as Dodge. Dodge in the Ram line, hey, let's put 1,000 horsepower in a truck. Why? Why not? Yeah, okay, why not? Looks great. Thank you. So we're 5%, and then we're gonna do 35 on the windshield. The Dodge Demon has 808 horsepower. Yeah, but it's like followers. You can always have more, right? It's cool one day, and then the next one comes out, and all of a sudden, somebody has the 950 horsepower one, and they're like, oh, shit, I only got 808. He's got 950. You can always get more. It was probably the carporters. Yeah. True. I think it's a great way to sell cars. I think they're smart for doing it. You got to do something to stand out. When you go to extremes, that's when you really, really stand out. Like it's another way of just making more headlines. Let's see. My new shop has a lot of dust floating around. How do I keep the dust down when I'm installing? So the best way to keep dust down is to keep air movement down. You can tint in a lot of places, so most places that I've been to, like I've even tinted in places where they like cut out speaker boxes, so there's MDF dust all over the place. But most of it can settle, and your like exposure time is pretty short. So when I go to clean a door window and then peel the liner, spray it, and then install it, the time that it's been kind of exposed is really short. So things can kind of sit and collect dust over time, but then you're always cleaning it off right before you go to install it. If it's like an insane amount of dust, then like again, you have to try and keep airflow down to a minimum. That's about as good as you can do. But these aren't HEPA filtered environments. So the ways to keep airflow down, keep doors relative, like I can keep the door open over that way, but if I had a cross breeze, like I could feel wind coming my way, then I would probably close it, because it's also going to want to pull the film off of the car. Overhead fans, shut those off, and then if anybody else is like in the shop using air guns and stuff like that, when you go to install the film, hey, maybe don't have them blowing dust over your way. Stuff like that. But if I tint a door and I've got like a bunch of little speckles in like an area, that's not my environment. If it's, you know, like a lot of little dust pieces even throughout, then yeah, that is going to definitely be my problem. Or the environment problem. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. There we go. Looking good. Dry shrink prep. Sorry, I'm just surprised to see you using it. Yeah, I saw your video on how to actually apply it right. Pretty sure I was doing it way too thick. You know me, I'm used to dryer sheets. So you soak it down. Throw it on your windshield and let it dry, and you're good to go. So there were quite a few times that was perfectly fine. But then every once in a while when I was using my carbon or my ceramic, it wasn't all the time, which was kind of weird, it would just like stick like crazy to where I had like basically a flat back window. And it just, I screwed it up like 3 times in a row. Took it off, put a dryer sheet on, totally fine. I don't know if it was just time of year, humidity, I don't know what. But it was messing up. So then I had to take a step back, and then like one day, you know, you just have some extra time. You're trying to make things look extra particular, and gave it another shot after I saw your video. I still feel like I'm putting it on wrong a little bit, because I've noticed when you like oversaturate the bag and stuff, like you start to wipe it and like it starts to leave like a layer behind and then it gets really, really thin. And so compared to something that you just like soak down, you got to just like press harder. And I wasn't quite sure I was even putting the right layer on, but I guess I mean, I sure think I am at this point. Who knows? Maybe I'll have another problem with it and I'll say, I hate this. But yeah, faster. Doing the bag applicator is cleaner than a dryer sheet too. So little bits get left behind from the dryer sheets. Nothing that I worry about much for like a back window or anything. But when I'm reverse rolling, it'll help. Will you climb on the door like last? No. No need to on this one. This one's easier to get to than a 2500 Ram. The 2500 Ram, like any big truck, you got to jump on the car or cut it on the inside. It's just hard to see. Less is more. DIT or DSP, the product lasts longer. Seems that way. Where with a dryer sheet, if you use less of it, like some people like a light dryer sheet. I've noticed dryer sheets are worse, or at least for me, they generally are worse when there's like just a thin layer of it. So I think when you get a little bit used to it, and you get the bag set up right, it works out great. Getting to that point is a little bit like going from a dryer sheet to that. You just got to actually watch the instructions. What do you recommend buying for carbon and ceramic? What percentage is the most used? The most used percentage is the one that you have the least amount of. Like, I'm not even kidding. I install the most 20 and 35 on average. And I'm doing 35 on the windshield, but with ceramic, this one and the last one, both of them are in 5. I don't really install a lot of 5% Pro Classic. So I swear, if you're low on a roll of film, everybody will all of a sudden like, oh yeah, I want to do that. So I think the most important ones to have are 5, 20, and 35. But when it comes to ceramic, now we're talking about adding windshield. So with dyed, it just depends on your clients. Like 50% was the least used in my dyed line of film until people started adding a bunch of windshields, and then it became like I started installing it all the time. I never, hardly ever install it on doors, but absolutely on a windshield. So I always got to make sure I have that. And then with ceramic, I had this 2000 Ram this week. We did 70 on the windshield. Old truck. 70 on the windshield. All right. He was from Arizona. He just loves ceramic. So any vehicle that he gets, he puts it on. Sweet. Speaking of like that, I actually have to order. I have to order some film. I've installed enough 70 lately. I'm starting to run out of ceramic. Hey!
Window tinting business super chatted $50. After almost 10 years of watching you, it's still great stuff. Most other creators I watch, they fizzle out. My mood eventually, haha. Keep it up.
Thank you. That was window tinting business with a 50. Thank you. That was a really nice message. It helps that you're in it too, though. After almost 10 years of watching, still great stuff. Most creators I watch, they fizzle. They fizzle out with my mood eventually. Keep it up. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. That was a big one. After doing the streams, I got very consistent, or a lot more, thankfully. And then from there, videos are still kind of inconsistent, but I've tried to streamline that a lot. We've been putting more out. But thank you so much for the 50. That's big. I had a BMW 335i and had ceramic done, and somehow the doors left scratches where it roll up and down. Not sure if that was ceramic thing. No, so that would just be kind of a door thing. It's not that surprising that it's a BMW, but your seals can get, like, especially depending on the age of the vehicle too, your seals, like, they roll up and down. So dirt is always going, like, it's basically like shaving off that dirt into the seals, so it essentially starts to turn into like sandpaper. So flushing out your seals from time to time would be a helpful thing to do. I mean, I've seen it. A vehicle years down the road will have lines in their glass because something a little bit more sharp, extra dirt builds up in their seals and it starts wearing into the glass. So tint's not as strong as the glass either. So it can just, yeah, it can happen over time. How do you flush out the seals? Without like disassembling your door, I would just take, I mean, I have a lot of tinting tools. Especially in Oklahoma where we have sandy dirt. So I would literally just take a sprayer or some spray and then just try and just try and knock as much as I could off. Otherwise, you're probably going to have to just take the seal out of the car and then, like, do it with an air gun or something. Maybe an air gun could help. It's hard to get a good angle on it. But I don't think there's a great way to do it. Some seals are just harder rubber, and some are softer felt ones. It was a brand new car, and tint was put on immediately. Of course it was. And it's shitty BMW design. I don't know. I mean, that's as good as I can say. It was just, you got some dirt in there, it started wearing at the seal, or maybe the seal's a little bit too hard for the tint. Maybe it's a crappy scratch coat on it. Like, it's a bunch of small little things. Usually it's dirt buildup. And just the way that the seal is made. It sucks that it happened, though. Take it back to BMW. And see if they can say anything about it. But, you know, I've seen some cars, just the way that they're designed, they do way worse than other ones. But they're usually a little bit aged, or the tint's been on there for a little bit. It couldn't be too new if there was dirt to scratch the film. Yeah, like, it's tough to say. Was it a brand new used car? Or was it a brand new to you car? Watch, it's a 2022. Then I don't know. Crappy scratch coat, shit in the seals, bad wheels, bad seal design. Where is it? There it is. Brand new 2003 Tacoma. Brand new car that's 20 years old. I don't know. There's not a lot to go by, unfortunately. Not enough. But that always sucks when it happens. I haven't seen that in a while. Like, maybe like 10 years ago, that was kind of a thing where people were actually putting felt seals into like Audis and BMWs and stuff like that. Or at least it was a little bit more common, because the way that those seals were designed was like it's a harder rubber seal. So it's felt on this side, but it's on this side it's a harder rubber, and it presses a little tight against the glass. So dirt's gonna roll down in there, and then it's basically gonna get caught, and that dirt's gonna build up and just start grinding against the door. I mean, that's kind of how all seals are made to some extent. Like, some just don't, like on this one, it doesn't press as hard. It's pretty soft against the glass, and it's a nice felt strip. Two thousand 2012 BMW. That's not a new one. That's old. Wait, was that? Is it really? Was it a 2012? I can't say that's a new car. Okay, let's put a towel in. Wait. Hang on a second. It was a 2012 brand new and put on with 1 month of ownership. So we were kidding, but that's actually what it was. So it's not a new car. It's new to you car. It's that 2012 is 10 years old. So, you know, even when they clean it up, it's only going to get as clean as the person that actually clean it. Those doors have had 10 years. If that's really the case. I don't know. I just want to forget it and move on. There we go. Tint question. Swallow gang.
Swallogang super chatted $4.99. When dry shrinking I had lots of fingers going sideways at the top corners. I made my H sides thick. Could that be why?
Thank you. I love how it says your voice too. You've super chatted quite a bit here, so then it goes Swallow gang. When dry shrinking I had lots of fingers going sideways at the top corners and made my H sides thick. Could that be why? What? I had lots of fingers going sideways. I made my H patterns thick. Sounds like you overheated it. So, this gets really hard. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. I wish it was easier to explain shrinking and why things are going wrong. It's a very subtle thing. So when you overshrink something, it can cause fingers. Basically, if I overshrink here, it'll cause this big old tension line from here in a couple spots, and it'll pull big fingers in from the sides. But if you have your H pattern set right, where like this is mostly tacked down, and you shrink it nice and even, you're never gonna pull anything or create fingers on the side. That's not gonna happen. So if everything was like locked down on the sides, and then you shrunk everything up here, the only way it's, like I said, the only way it's gonna pull something from the side is if you over shrink and create a lot of tension, and then it'll pull up the whole pattern. It was mall. I had lots of fingers going sideways at the top corners, made my edge pattern, and then it was small. Oh, they were small fingers on the side. I'd have to see it. I appreciate the super chat. I would honestly have to see what was going on. I mean, a lot of what I've seen, especially in the classes, like, and I could see the posts being written from what was happening. Like, I'm shrinking this, and the film is doing all this. Like, it's all crazy and everywhere. That's one reason I made the video, You Suck at Shrinking, or You Suck at Tinting Windshields. Is that what I called it? The farther you get to the corners and the edges, you're going to need to put a little bit more heat, but you still got to watch what the film is doing. So things in the beginning can move very quickly, and then they'll kind of slow down the farther out that you get. I might end up pulling this towel. It's a little tight at the bottom. It's not bad, but it's a little tight. So you just got to watch what the film is doing. If you got little fingers popping up on the sides, then you can easily, like, if I had a few fingers popping up on the sides, you could literally smooth them back down and direct them straight up, and then that turns into a bigger finger, and then that's what you need to shrink. So in shrinking, you got to learn how to manage the film and keep everything directed up. Stop saying little fingers. Well, that's what we called them. So yeah, well, what I saw at the class more often than not was people overheating areas, and it causes a lot of tension, and that will pull in strong, like, big tension lines. The dude from Game of Thrones isn't that an outdated reference at this point, though? You know, they just dropped a trailer for like a, God, what would you call it, a prequel? They're doing like a Targaryen series. Actually, it looks like it'll be really good, as long as they don't fuck up the storyline. Like they did with the last season. Oh my God. But it looks like it's coming back. Ah! Oh, it's Dana Reyna.
Daniel Rayner super chatted $4.99.
Thank you.
Kumastakuya Matt.
That sounds like if I were to say it. Kumastakuya. What's up, man? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That proves my point that it's not outdated yet. Yeah, that's fair. It was outdated for a little bit, and then I literally just saw it yesterday. So you win by a day. Oh, I should get the thing. These seats make it really difficult to get up on that windshield.
Daniel Rayner super chatted $4.99. Hello Tint World and Tint Soldiers.
Daniel Reyna with another 5. Thank you. Hello, Tint World and Tint Soldiers. So if I have fingers on the sides, I need to push those up? Yeah, because film only shrinks vertically. Maybe we can we lift this? Is that a thing? No? Oh, wait, there we go. Whoa, look at that. Oh, that's scary. Look at it. Shit's on fire now. We'll see if this will help. I've never... Sorry. But I need to get up on this windshield. Look, now I'm taller.
Daniel Rayner super chatted $9.99. You're welcome.
Daniel Reyna with another 5. Thank you. You guys see why it's set at $5? Because Daniel Reyna comes in and then he'll just keep super chatting all day. And then before you know it, we can't see. Yeah, we'll go over. Focus. laminating their dots in the glass. Good for them. I'm very proud. Most windshields don't do that. But if you can do it on a Focus, you can probably do it on a lot of other windshields. Also, can we give this battery a round of applause because it's still working? It's probably gonna wait till I peel the windshield to die. All right. So, if I feel like a towel is gonna cause problems, get in my way for when I'm installing the film, I'm gonna back the towel up. That way I got as much room to work with as possible. So on an Audi, I'm gonna be a little sketched out. On a Ford, yeah, I'll probably be fine. On a Chrysler, no. No, we'll leave it. Probably is now that I said something, but yeah, everything's been running off of this. This is the one. This came out, I looked at the date. It came out on my birthday last year. I just never knew that it existed. I want to check it. But I don't have time. Next time. Oh, it's on that side. We're fine. We can reach that. Let's do this too. This is pretty close to the side. Make sure that's swept down. Peel the corner. Peel the other one. Put it back in my pocket. This is big. Big Focus windshield. Kind of funny. You wouldn't expect it. Focus? Oh yeah, sure. Big glass. It's like the Honda Fit. Big glass. Little car, big glass. So we're gonna roll this up. All right, 3 years later. Peel that back. Watch the interior. So we're gonna get this down as far as we can. I gotta post that video. Still gotta do a little bit more work on it. But there was a video that I just mostly finished up editing yesterday. And it was on a Camaro. The gauges for the Camaro were basically touching the windshield. It had like a heads-up display system and like no space. So I unrolled more of the windshield to get it in place, and it ended up turning out well. It was just a little dicey, so I'll make sure I include that part. See, when I don't have a towel in the way, even with a thinner, what's it called? Even with, or like a, when you don't have much space, when that deck lid pinches against the glass, you can get your film wedged down there a little bit, in place. It'll still find a way to unroll nice and smooth. But especially for such a big piece of glass, dude, I'd have such a nightmare trying to carry this in. Not without another set of hands. It's just too much. Uh-oh, we have our second problem. All right, we will adjust. So I'm pretty sure this is a little wide of a pattern, so we're gonna do it this way. Yeah, see that right there? That air pocket. So I think I cut this probably a little bit on the wide side. Might have to do the same thing on this side too, holy shit. There we go, center it. Okay, so if your windshield is wide, like the paneling isn't the problem, it's the urethane on the that's sealing the windshield in. Sometimes they give you a good 1/4 inch of space. Sometimes they don't give you any wiggle room at all. And it looks like they don't really give me any wiggle room on this one. So the pattern was then cut a little bit wide because it was probably going to be fine. So what I did is I flipped up my film, and then we're going to press it into the sides, and we're just going to trim it. But it's going to be way easier to do that with the film flipped, like going against the, because then it's, you know, my knife can just go right against it, where if it's bunched up the other way, you're gonna have a hard time cutting a sliver of film off. Yep, the outside of the windshield is bigger than the inside. So even if you cut it exact, you know, it's gonna be pretty close. Or it's gonna be a little bit wider on the inside, for sure. What's the name of that squeegee? This one? The hybrid. Uh-oh, something fell. Oh, it was my swiper. Okay, that's good. I will get that. Ooh, buddy. So I'll just take care of everywhere that I can reach. Like, instead of just taking care of the sides, like I'll trim those off in a little bit, but I want to make sure the rest of the windshield is all set, and then I'll trim them off after. I mean, they do give me a fair amount of space. They just cut it a little bit wide. I'm like laying sideways right now. Like my feet are just like stretched out by the door. Probably the most comfortable I've been squeegeeing out a windshield. Oh, now we have to hunch over again. Yeah. Good. Swipe the bottom. And where's my knife? There's my knife. That's actually okay. Nothing's popping up. So the other vehicle I run into this a lot is actually going to be the Rams. For whatever reason, the Rams have really inconsistent urethane lines. Some of them are just really tight, so it'll give you a lot of space, and then all of a sudden you won't have space. There we go. I think it might have just sorted itself out. I guess I'll just run my knife in here just to be extra safe. Because it's probably like flipped up on the inside a little bit, which isn't going to cause any issues because it's all behind the paneling. But hey, we'll just trim that off just to be sure we're not going to get any air pockets up there. But that went good. Cool. Did you see Patrick's? Yes. His tactical tinter get up. I did. And he said this headset looked like it was too much. Yeah, I agree. It definitely looked comfier. It just, when I'm trying to get into, well, this guy's a bad example. On a windshield, my head is going to bump everything if I have way too much stuff here. So, I'm impressed. If it works, I mean, I think he streamed with it. And it worked. So, like, I'm not going to do it. But that is an intense that is an intense setup for sure. He sent me some of the memes that people made. I think that was awesome. None of us get style points. I told him that. None of us get style points for these get-ups. Like, these are all ridiculous. As soon as you put a GoPro on your head, you already look weird. I look weird enough without it. But it's all POV, so it doesn't really matter most of the time. You just get used to it. Thank you. I can appreciate the commitment.
Daniel Rayner super chatted $4.99. Okay,
Daniel
now
Rayner.
let's fog up the place. Who will follow suit?
Aw, thank you so much for waiting. I actually really appreciate that. It's fun. I wish it didn't get in the... Like, the fog machine has been the best. The balloons were fun. The balloon got in the way a lot. If this was all free tint jobs for memes, then we could have all the time that we wanted. But these are, unfortunately, like actual paying jobs. Unfortunately. No, it's great that they're paying jobs. It's sad that we can't spend more time on it. Fog machine.
Daniel Rayner super chatted $4.99.
Oh my God. Ah! He's just gonna keep going with it. Thank you. They're not very well timed, but they do work.
Daniel Rayner super chatted $4.99.
Daniel Rayner. Dude, thank you so much for all the support. I really appreciate it. Where's my glass cleaner? I can't see. I can't see. Whew. Fun, fun. These are some goofy wipers. Escape does the same thing. They start in the middle and they go out. I mean, I think it's probably smarter, right? But they didn't quite catch on. So the headset still hasn't died, and we've done the entire windshield at this point. The whole car, start to finish. I didn't even try and figure out, like, 10,000 milliamp hours is a good amount of power, but I have no idea how long it's really gonna last until I try it, especially because it's powering both things. So I genuinely didn't know. But look at that. The thing is a little trooper. What's the benefits of V Nano versus Pro Nano? The price. It's not as high quality of a ceramic, so it's got a lesser warranty. I think they give it like a 5-year warranty, which is still a good amount of time. but it's a lower grade polyester and ceramic. So it's a budget ceramic, which is kind of what we saw with Walmart on the extreme side. There's going to be a little bit more haze. It's going to block out heat, but it's going to come at the cost of some clarity on a sunny day. Whoa! You know what I like? I told Plotter Depot this is going to get in the way. And then I kind of like it because it just makes it blow out a little bit more. I don't know. Sorry.
Daniel
Yes.
Rayner super chatted
If I wasn't clear on that.
$4.99. How's your Asawa and your little boy?
Daniel Rayner. But yeah, real quick. I was talking about V-Nano. So there's V-Nano and there's Pro Nano. V-Nano was their budget ceramic option. They had a lot of requests for it. So a lot of people liked it. I don't go the budget route with films. So it doesn't make sense. It's not something I carry. It was kind of like a unique thing, but there's guys where like everybody's got their own thing. There's some shops, some guys that like it, and it fits their setup. But Daniel Reno with a 5, thank you. How's your Eswa and your little boy? They're both doing really good. Thank you. I keep thinking there's more coffee in there. There's not. I started a little later, so it's all gone. Yeah, they've been stopping by. So my son, he is full on exploring running stage right now. So bringing him here to the shop is tiring and also really fun. So like he'll just run around all over the place, but then there's lots of little things that he'll pick up and look at. He doesn't try and eat everything as much anymore, which is really helpful. It's kind of scary. He'd pick something up and he'd always try and put it in his mouth. Now it's not all the time. So he's a handful to watch, though. When we set him down for 5 seconds, and then he ran and got stuck in a bucket. But yeah, they're both doing good. I think allergies have us right now, though, sometimes. Stuffy noses. My Civic, 2015 Civic has a trim piece that partially covers the rear quarter glass. Would be easier to remove that piece when cutting the tint. On the quarter glass, there's a trim piece partially covering the rear quarter glass. If it's removable, sure. I'm not quite sure. Like, I've never had to remove anything on a Civic. So is it like an aftermarket trim piece or something, like a visor? Sounds a little different, so I'm not quite sure. But yeah, whatever you can remove to make the cutting a little bit more accessible, will definitely make your life easier. Oh, that's a spam bot. Oh no. There we go. It's alright, I hear it. How do I order the same tint that you have? A couple places. You can either go to geoshieldUSA.com. You make an account and you can buy it, or you can go to mytintstuff.com, and then it's available there too as well. It all drop ships from Geo though. Because they're awesome about fulfilling tint orders. Like, they really are. You put it in an order, it's out like same day. So So I've been working with them for like a little while. Actually, for more than a little while now. But anyways, they're really, really good people. So for the people that like supporting this channel that were gonna order GeoShield or wanted something like that anyways, they actually made it available to drop ship off my own tool website. So you get awesome service through them still, and it helps support what I do here too. Ooh yeah, a little finger there. Little rainfall too. Yeah, Sun Distributing too. Sun Distributing has great customer service too. You have a problem, they usually, like, they go out of their way to handle issues for you. So I really like them. They've also been a real, like, strong supporter of just the community. So the owner, Rick, he's like a 30-plus year tinter at this point. So when new tools come out, there's unique things. You know, they haven't made their way in the field yet, but they're interesting, right? There's guys that'll like them or haven't seen them yet. He's usually the first company to pick that kind of stuff up. Where some companies will wait until they're a little bit more proven. And then he's got his Tool Talk Tuesdays. So he does a lot of giveaways and stuff. Yeah, I've seen him on here a lot. He's always really supportive of you. Yeah, he's in it. That's one reason I really wanted to work with them too. So like, I mean, we go a little farther back than that. But one thing I was always really keen on was the way that, you know, when I went there, he was usually showing me something I hadn't quite seen yet before, or I didn't pay attention to, because I use what I use, and if it's not broke, I don't really go out of my way to try and fix it, where he was always paying attention, like, yeah, this is something other people are using that they really like, and he'd kind of show me why people liked it. So I didn't pick everything up, but there were definitely some things that I picked up from there that was just like, oh, shit, yeah, this solves a really, really good problem. You were big in their beginnings? Not really with the distribution. I was there. I was working with their tint shop. So, like, I watched it all kind of unfold and watched how much work he had to put into the distribution to get it off the ground. He kind of just fell into it. I was a little salty because we didn't do something sooner. Mostly because I hadn't, I was still trying to figure out things with the channel. And you know, I was working for their company, so it's like, you kind of get it, but kind of don't at the same time, and then later on, you know, things start to work out a lot better. And now they're on board. What's your cam setup right now? How do you see the chat? I listen. So every stinking one of those comments get read to me over text-to-speech. It's oddly quiet if I don't have it going. So it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy to do, and it's a little hard to keep up with on a busy day. But overall, it's like I wouldn't do it any other way, really. We're all the same voice. Yep. 100%. Everybody sounds like Robot David. Here, I'll turn on the voice so you guys can hear it. So, if I click this button here, there, the next chat messages that come through will probably hear this. So I don't hear names just to keep things going, because it would be kind of exhausting to hear all the usernames. So sometimes I lose track of people. It gets real mundane. You guys hear that one? I think it works. I can't really monitor it, but I'm guessing it works.
I don't hear it.
Oh, wait. Now you should. I know why. I know why it was not working. Oh, where's my thing at? Oh, I can't see the dot. Now you should. It's on this screen, not when I have my headset. 1 dot left. Not bad.
I still like cereal. I did.
Where's the thing?
Fire goat, 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 fire goat.
All that. I hear all of that. How long have we been streaming for?
Ha 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 ha. How many bars are left on the battery? Potato, 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 potato.
8 hours. Ooh,
I
it's
have
not
the simplest
gonna last
windows
till
to tint and I
4.
always get bubbles and fingers in the tint. How can I fix that? Oh man, do emojis please. Potato, 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 potato.
I have the simplest windows to tint. I always get bubbles and fingers. How can I fix that? Practice. Cleaning. So like in small quarter windows.
Sorry.
We're gonna put that down. Potato, 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 potato. All right, let's put this back on. We'll do bam. There we go. Then where's the thing? We can. There you go. Make sure that's nice and clean. So, I mean, on like a small window like this quarter window, so I'll squeegee this whole thing from top to bottom, and then I'll lightly spray near the top, and then flush more towards the bottom, so that way it doesn't flush a bunch of dirt out from these top edges down. And a lot of it just comes with watching videos and practicing. I mean, that's why tinting is difficult, and that's why you can charge. If it was easy and everybody could do it, we would make a lot less money. but it takes a certain amount of time and skill and effort. So keep practicing. It's not the easiest thing to get. Does that window really need to be super clean? Like I only wipe it down with a rag and soap and a plastic card? I would use a squeegee. You gotta squeegee your window clean. So if you wipe it with a towel, you'll leave lots of little bits behind. And then same thing with a card. So if I squeegee it out with a card, it just kind of depends on what the glass looks like. So if I decide to which one, squeegeeing with a hard card just sounds like a bad idea. But if I squeegee this and see how there's little lines that are left behind? Well, there's little dirt that can get left behind in that. So that's why you use a squeegee. I don't have a handled squeegee with me right now. So if I take this one, and now everything's nice and dry. So that means everything got pushed over and then left right where I let that squeegee go. So all that dirt's gonna be sitting right in there. So on a side edge, I'll flush all that stuff down. So it's just dirt management. You can get it in your film a number of different ways, but yeah, leaving little trails behind, using stuff that, you know, gives you a subpar clean, it's not gonna look as nice. Oh, this looks good though. For such a big windshield, this looks good. Can I speak to the dirt manager? There it is. He's right here. Whew. We almost lost that one too, just like we did yesterday. Canon. Well, there we go. What's... Is it really? Well, we have our time on the battery. So this, a 10,000 milliamp hour battery can power both of them successfully for about 3 hours and 23 minutes. Ugh. I mean, that's good. That'll work. That'll do the job. I only need 2 of them. But that's still about long enough to get to a windshield. And then the windshield, it's going to die in the middle of a windshield on a bad day. Because a lot of times a windshield stream can go up to like 4 hours. I wish it would have hit that 4-hour mark. That's still impressive, though. So the tech is always getting better. You look like you need rest. I got up a little early this morning. And yesterday. Yesterday we got up extra early. It's not too bad, though. It's a nice day today. Is that your own shop? It is. I have 3,000 square feet to lose things. So I gotta find a shorter cable then. So this'll work. Must be nice. It is. I didn't want it, but I kind of just, I had to get something, and then I've grown to really like it. I still want to do things at home, but the city doesn't like that. What rain? Amazing day. Hopefully that rain doesn't come until we're sleeping or something. Is this supposed to rain? Really? Of course, it's Michigan. Where's my phone? Other parts of Michigan got railed with storms. Really? Oh. We've had nothing but crummy weather lately. So, I mean, for the past few days, it's been nice, but before that, it was like weeks of like, okay, it's spring. Can we actually get some nice weather again? How much do you charge for a full tint like you just did? Depends on the film. So this one, he went all ceramic. So $650 for ceramic. We were going back and forth between doing carbon and then ceramic windshield with carbon on the sides, and then he's like, I think I'm just gonna go with all ceramic. So then he went with all ceramic. It looks good though. Look at how dark that shit is. Oh my god. Looks nice. How much do you charge for a full tint job on average? Really just depends on, honestly, the season and the type of film. How much would you charge for a Ram 4-door 20% Walmart tint? I'll charge you the same for Walmart tint. Honestly, should charge more. Charge you the same for Walmart tint that I would charge for my entry. And you gotta buy the film. Using somebody else's film causes different types of problems. You only have so much to work with. It's a little different from what you're used to, so things aren't gonna quite go as smoothly as the film that you normally install. So it always causes some type of headache. What brand do you use? GeoShield. Dun, 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 dun. This one. So I use GeoShield films. If you go over to their automotive films. So many companies get caught up in the technical things. Nobody's really going to know what this really means. Like, there's too many numbers here. I wouldn't know what I'm buying. The best way that I can describe it is honestly on my display boards up front. But their Pro Nano, that's one of their best ceramic films. So that's what we just put on this one. I've been using it for a long time. Apex is their super duper ceramic. This isn't quite as clear, but it blocks out more heat. So C2 is their carbon film, and this is my mid-grade. So this blocks out about 50% of the IR. And you can see, like, the more that you go, it's interesting that this is 48 and this is 57. That's weird. I don't know why that would be. That sounds like a weird anomaly. That should be higher. Oh well, specs are only so much. Anyways, so C2 is my mid-grade, and then Pro Classic, that's a color stable dyed. They kind of have it. Geo Series window film, what is this? Nano ceramic, titanium, sputtered, IR. Oh, titanium sputter. Is this like a metallized film? Oh, and here's everything. They should be a little bit more clear about this. Or they could. There's ways to revamp, to kind of make it a little bit more clear, find out more. Unless they just do it on a different page. Yeah, this is if you're like a spec nerd. Is that full warehouse yours? Or are you just renting that section? Oh, yeah. So, like, this whole unit is what I'm renting. So, I don't own the whole building, no. No. But 3,300 square feet is what my whole shop space is. So that's this unit right here. Can you show me entry beginner film for practice? Where's the button? There's the button. So there's a few good places. My tint stuff. What's this other one called? Sun Distributing. There they are. Duh. Okay, so Tint Depot. They've got a bunch of films too. If you scroll down, this is where it starts to get the cheapest, still being a 1.5 mil film. So they're mid-range NR charcoal. That is about 173. Ooh. That's pretty, that's pretty close to, shit, I'd just get this. Helios Nova. Oh, wait. No. Just kidding. 240. Oh, no, sorry, that's Nova. Orbit. Why? I get it. This makes it confusing. Nova, Supernova, banners, and then you go down here, and then there's Orbit. It's kind of just hiding down here. So 36 by 100, 20-foot roll, 185 bucks. This has probably gone up in price then. They do have cheaper film. So this is a 1-ply. This is about as cheap as it gets through Tint Depot. Oh, holy shit. Are you serious? It's 80. This is about as cheap as it gets from anybody. Oh, that's what I forgot about T-View. So here's the challenge. A 1.5 mil, no longer cutting, 1-ply black, 60-inch rolls. Film, really, really cheap film is usually a little bit thin. So that's where you're going to see 1-ply. And that's basically 1 mil. It feels really, really thin. It's a little bit tissue paper-like. It's like toilet paper. A 2-ply is better for you. But really, like a 1-ply is thinner. A 1.5 mil or a 2-ply film is sometimes they'll also call it that, is what most companies are manufacturing. So it's going to be most in line with regular films that you see me install. It's just, you can still have a good 1-ply film, just most of them across the board are very, very cheap. It's the cheapest way to make film. So that's kind of why it ends up near doubling the price in some places. So kind of just depends on who you order from. So 185, honestly, for a 1.5 mil film, this is about as cheap as I would recommend. This is some good shit. So 185 for a 36-inch roll, yeah, that's some good stuff. Absolutely, I'd do this. What's the difference between a 1-ply and a 2-ply? Answer that. Does that make installation difficult or the durability bad? Usually just makes, so shrinking's going to be much quicker and easier. The film is just going to be a little bit more flimsy when you're trying to install it. So there's a big company called SolarGuard. They mostly make 1 mil films, and they're good films. Just most companies seem to make 1.5 mil films. So across the board, when you're ordering from any reputable company, it's usually going to be a little bit thicker. So when I suggest getting a cheaper film to practice with, it should still be similar enough to something that you're going to use as a profession. So the thickness is probably the biggest difference. Then the next difference is going to be carbon. So in my video here, nope, that's this one. Sorry, this one. So this one right here, if we go back, this is Lexan, and this is what's been happening to a lot of people. So learning how to shrink is a hard thing anyways, and I tried to explain it as much as I could in this video, but right there, right here, puts a little bit too much heat, and you can see this little like pinch spot right here starting to form. So it almost looks the same as the rest of it. It's just too pinched together, and then it progressively gets worse. And then at that point, like, there's really not much that you can do to fix that. And then it's basically overheated, pulls tension lines from the side. See these right here? These are those tension lines that I talk about. It starts pulling them from the side. Where this is Pro Classic, and you can see just how smooth this stuff shrinks in comparison. So it just takes a lot less heat throughout the entire shrink for this stuff to go a lot smoother. So I would suggest not trying to save a bunch of money and get, like, saving money is fine. Saving that money with buying cheap carbon film is going to cost you on making lots and lots of mistakes typically. If you know how to shrink already, you're gonna know right away with Lexan. It's just gonna take a little bit more heat to shrink, and you'll be fine with it. But if you're brand new, it's not a great film to just start out with. What temperature is your heat gun? I just turn the heat gun up as high as it can go. So every heat gun has a max setting. Just turn it up all the way. The way that I control the heat is with distance and how long I leave it on one particular spot. So the thickness will make a difference. The thickness will more have to do with how fast the film is going to shrink. So you can see here, I never really have my heat gun pointed too much in one spot. If I leave it in an area for any period of time, I'm usually wiggling the heat gun a little bit. I'm moving that heat back and forth and kind of heating a broader area than just one focused spot. You see those little like circle motions there, those little things? That's me putting the heat out. So if I turn this on, I can leave my hand here and it's totally fine. Heat gun's up on high. But if I put my hand now this close, it's starting to get really hot. If I put it even closer and hold it, my hand's going to start to burn. So that's why I'm moving it away. So, but if I keep it this far away and I'm doing this, well, it doesn't feel near as hot anymore. So you can get closer and closer, but you're always moving that heat. So same thing with window tint. Like you're keeping your heat, you're watching how the film is reacting. When you want things to move a little faster, you need a little bit more heat, you get closer. And then if you want less heat, you move a little farther away. And you just kind of watch how the film reacts. This is like the cheaper Wagner. It's like a $25 Wagner. They make like three different ones. Wow. Can I just type? So, like window film, you'll notice this with every company. A good, a better, oh, did they get rid of their better? And a best. Oh, no, that is. Okay, yep. No, it's a different heat gun entirely. It looks very similar, But look, see? They have a $26 one, a $50 one, and then a $70 one. So this would be dyed, carbon, and ceramic. So you get the most features and the most accessories and stuff with the top of the line $70 one, but do you really need that? Usually the mid-grade is the best bang for your buck, but as window tinters, you really don't need the features of a heat gun. You just need it to get as hot and blow as much air as it possibly can. So these are for like if you're removing tape and interior stuff, you need to keep the heat down a little bit. So like with this one, it's going to be a little less flexible. I bought the Seek 1 1800 watt. I have no idea what that one is. Oh, that Amazon dealie. I haven't tried this one. Some of them are crap, and some of them are okay. I would have to try it to know for sure. Gets up to 1200 degrees. I mean, it's probably going to do the job. How much better or worse is it? I never know until I start using them. There's some pretty crap heat guns out there. I bought it on Amazon. I can tell. Oh, you bought the Wagner one. Oh, no. This one's on, this one's on Amazon too. Yeah, you don't need a lot for a heat gun. I just haven't tried this one. There's so many different like heat guns out there, so. One sec. Okay. And they don't even have like I don't know why they still have the really old one. So this is the Wagner everybody used to use, but the one that they sell in stores is the updated style. So yeah, it's hard to say for sure. But yeah, there's just like films, there's so many different ones out there. The Wagner one is just really good, and it's very accessible. Like it's in a lot of stores. As soon as I get the tools I ordered, I'm gonna give it my best. Yeah, good luck, man. Have you ever tried Suntech films? A little bit, not a lot. I was a Lumar dealer for a while, like years ago, so I'm a little bit more familiar with them, but it's been a while. They were bought by the Eastman, so they're both owned by the same company. So I don't know how similar their films are at this point. Have you tried the new Eastman Core plotter? No, I'm not a Lumar or Suntech guy, so I don't think I can use that software actually. So this is their more with core. Complete the form, and a core representative will reach out to you to complete your free trial activation. Yeah, they're not gonna make it easy. As far as I know, you have to be a dealer to use it. I haven't heard anything different. It's coming out of beta in a week or so. Then what have people been using? People have been using beta this whole time? They had precision cut. Would liquid fabric softener work if I applied it with a small cloth? I've heard that it does. I think some people have just sprayed it on the window and let it dry. It's nothing I've tried though. So I would stick to just using something that's a little bit more proven before you get too out there. I may just have to go buy dryer sheet. Yeah, it sounds like when somebody asks me if they need a heat gun or not. It's tri-edge. Hang on 1 second, let me show you. I thought I pointed this out yesterday. Here. So it's not triad, it's tri-edge. So this is the company name, Tri-Edge. So these are the Tint Studio Edition Tri-Edges that you see here on the channel. And then they have different colors. And actually a lot of different tools. So these are the cards. Actually, these are the ones. These are the longer ones. The X's are the bigger ones. You know what I'm noticing? These are all set up to expect people to know what they already are. I gotta think of how to make a website that's a little bit more self-explanatory. I mean, that's one reason I like mine. So, like, this is my site. And I have a pretty limited tool selection, but it's like, if you watch the videos, it's like one thing for everything that you need, right? It's pretty simple and straightforward. Like, I need a corner tool, so I'm gonna get this one. I need a handled squeegee, so I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get a tucking tool, glass aid, felt cards. Like, it's all really, really straightforward. I don't give you a lot of options because this is what I use. These are things that are kind of unique to the studio because they're all bright green and fun, or at least most of them are. And so I show you how to use them. So if you end up here, you usually have seen how they're used. But on some of these other ones, I mean, there's such a variety. So they're like, it's a great resource. So when you know what you're looking for, it's great. But if you don't know what you're looking for, it can be confusing. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Yeah, absolutely. Oh. The warranty doesn't cover damage, though. That's the only thing. So it covers bubbling, fading, peeling, but physical damage, kind of like, you know, if you dropped a phone and cracked the screen, the warranty doesn't cover the actual physical damage to it. So which window is it? On what kind of vehicle is it? Oh, the back window on a Golf GTI? So it would be 50 to remove it, and then I could retint it for another 120, so you'd be 170 altogether. Okay. I'm sorry to hear that, man. All right. Have a good one. Bye. I always hate saying that. Sorry. Somebody had their car tinted, and then it was on a golf. Well, it was on a Golf GTI, so I actually quoted under because I felt bad. So it was tinted here. He damaged the back window, so he was asking about a warranty, and then unfortunately that is not covered under warranty. My baby mama bust my back out. Is that covered under warranty? Well, some people genuinely don't know, so he asked. It sucks to like pay for a good tint job, and then you damage it, and then, you know, then you have to pay to remove it and then retint it. It's like, ugh. You know, you had it done 4 months ago, so I just quoted lower. Stream elements, that's what it is. Everybody's sad. Do you still sell Apex film on your site? Ooh, I have to enable it again. Okay, so there was, yes. Hang on, give me 2 seconds, it'll be up. They ran into a situation, so they wanted to double check all their films to make sure that they're safe, because it's still a new product line. So they heard something a little concerning, and then they checked it all out, and I guess everything's okay. So here, there, it's back on the site now. They said it was okay. I took it down because I didn't want anybody run into problems. I remember you mentioned the Poly 2 as a good small pump sprayer. Yeah, I still like those. Where's the thing? Here's the thing. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, I use these in all of the old videos. Yeah, these are good. Pump sprayers are always like a little funny. Like, I'm so spoiled with the kegs at this point. What happens when I search pump? This is another one that a lot of people like too, the Pump Junior. How am I supposed to show this? It's a teeny tiny little picture. This is not representative of what it is hardly. Like, I mean, that is it, but this is a pretty good pump sprayer too. This sticks out, I think, a little bit farther. It's another good one so you can't go wrong with either one. I just use the Poly 2s from like day one, so both of them are good though. Just think that's so funny. I beat them up a little bit about their pictures, but goddamn. It's all right. The more I bring it up on stream, they'll come around. They'll redo them. They got so many SKUs though to do pictures for. They're just a little abysmal. I saw you use that on an old video. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, the nozzles adjust on both of them. Pump Junior. Thanks, Junior. I don't know why. Junior pump up. Is there like a senior pump up? That's a good question. I never even really thought about it. Is it more like a cone sprayer? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of like those little garden sprayers. They're just better made versions of those. Or at least some of them are. So go to the garden section of any like, you know, like a Walmart or a Home Depot or something, and they have all those like little weed sprayers and stuff. You can get something from there too. Where can I get the blue Olfa blades? Blue Olfa. We are the Tint shopping channel right now. Hang on. Why? Where are you going? Dog shit slow right now all of a sudden. Stop it. Here. No, it's still gonna be dumb. NT cutter blades. What happened? Why is this? Is it just... Let's close some tabs. Maybe that'll speed it up. Or maybe it's Amazon just chugging shit right now. Okay, NT cutter. So these are... this is NT cutter. So this is the company. And then if you look on their listing... this is where you can find all the different blades. So the black thin, ultra sharp. These are the ones right here. There you go. So they don't show the packs that they come in, really? Or do they? Oh, wait, no, sorry, they do. So this is the black one, and then black thin, ultra sharp, so it's the blue one. Like, these are super similar. They say there's a difference. There's very, very subtle difference if there is. So you'll be fine with either one of these, but, you know, why would I get extra sharp when I could just get ultra sharp, right? So, I don't know. I just got both, and as far as I can tell, they're both great. But yeah, those are the thin ones. And then the 30-degree ones, these are more in line with a regular blade pack. So these are the same thickness as the stainless steel blades. They're just carbon steel. These are really good ones too. They just have a much sharper point to them. Is there a difference in removing ceramic tint and carbon tint? No. It depends on who makes it. So what I've noticed with most carbon and ceramic films, if they come from Asia, like South Korea, Japan, I think, and like China usually makes crap film, but those glues tend to remove clean. So like in a way, yeah. But for the most part, it has nothing to do with it being carbon or ceramic. It's just some films remove easy, some films remove shitty. Do you like the 30s or 60s better? I like the 30s. But the thing is, they don't make 30s in stainless steel. So that's not safe for cutting on glass. It's really good for top edges, but that was before I started playing around with the thin ones. So the 58s... If there was like ultra thin 30 degrees, I'd be all over it. But the ultra thins only come in a 58 degree. If I click on 30 degree, they only make them in these ones up here. This is probably what makes it ultra confusing too. So this is the only way that I actually found them though. So I was looking for stainless steel blades. I needed to pick up a pack of stainless steel blades. So 58 degree, stainless steel 50 pack. These are the stainless steel blades that I use, right? And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, hey, what are all of these ones right here? But if I was trying to find these ones, it's a little hard to find because the initial listing is like a 30-degree. So, yeah, good stuff. Good. All right. Well, I'm going to hop off here, I think, at this point. He's coming to pick up the car. I'll make sure everything's all set. So I'm going to hop off here. Oh, yeah, and I got to get his invoice ready, too. So, where's my window? Where's my window? Activity feed. There we go. Okay, there it is. All right, so big shout out to all the super chats today. Daniel Reyna. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Swole Gang. Window tinting business with the 50. God damn. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the support today. Hope you guys had fun. Hope we answered all your tool questions for today. It's always nice to sit here for a little bit and talk about stuff. But I then remember that I fall behind on everything else that I have to do today. So, see ya. Have a good one.